start soon. Hang on, I'm looking on the YouTube. Okay.
All right, good afternoon. This is the East Aurora School Board Special Board of Education meeting for Thursday, July 23rd, 2020. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Executive Order 202.1, members of the public are not permitted to attend today's special board meeting or administrative retreat in person. Members of the Board of Education and the East Aurora administrators are attending the meeting remotely via Google Meet. The special board meeting and the Board of Education and Administrative Retreat can be viewed via live stream today at our www.eastaurora.org/BoEMTG live or via the link on our main district webpage. In addition, the meeting will be recorded and transcribed at a later date. I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask that you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, may I have a motion to enter executive session to discuss the employment history of a particular employee, the negotiations with the East Aurora Faculty Association, and the superintendent's annual evaluation.
Moved.
Moved by John, seconded by Dan Brunson. All those in discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I remind everybody to follow the second link that you got in your email.
And click out of this one. Yep.
Thank you, folks.
Okay. Hello, ladies. Just so you're aware, we are live on the stream. So you can just watch us by turning off your camera and sound, or understand that everyone out there in TV land can watch us right now. Hi. Hi, folks. Just a note as you return, we are live. As soon as we come back, the way we have it set up today, we don't have the extra machine. So from this moment on, we are live on the internet. There's no count in the way I have it set up right now.
Well, 2:11 is 2:05-ish, so.
That's fine. I just normally we kind of take a moment to compose ourselves. We don't have that moment today.
I just need to grab something off the printer. I'll be right back.
Yep.
I like the haircut, Matt. Looking good, buddy.
What hair, Matt? There's no
Oh,
hair.
there is that me or Librock? Oh yeah, I thought you were talking to Librock because he got his hair cut today.
I don't see. Oh, he's smart enough to block his picture out.
Thank you, John.
Just a reminder. Just a reminder. We are live streaming as we speak.
Thank you.
Anybody listening, Mr. Manberti?
I will find out in a minute. I'll let you know just as soon as I know. We should be getting up to 17 if we have everybody. Let's see. Let me just do a quick. Terry, Mary Beth, Jenny. Oh, there we go. Kim. Okay. All right. We are live streaming back on the YouTube, and this also will be recorded. And you're good. You're good to go.
Great, thank you. We are returning from executive session where the board discussed the employment history of a particular employee and the negotiations with the East Aurora Faculty Association. And we had hoped to get to the superintendent's annual evaluation. We did not get that far in our executive session meeting, so we will be entering executive session today at the conclusion of today's meeting for the sole purpose of discussing the superintendent's evaluation and contract. Moving on with the agenda, we are on items requiring board action. Item A, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the 2020-2021 tax rates for the town of Aurora, town of Colden, and town of Alma as detailed in your agenda and the backup materials. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved
Second.
by Jessica, seconded by, was it Judy?
Yep.
Discussion.
Is someone going to summarize this for us, or?
Joanne, you want to?
Joanne, you're up.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a quick PowerPoint if Mark could put it up.
Okay, hang on. Okay. Is that, I cannot see the screen, so does that look good?
Yep, click to
Okay.
the next screen. Okay, I took our PowerPoint slides from our budget presentations to update the information. Our full value, or our rates per township, are the second to last column, with the last column being the year-to-year rate increase by town. And what you'll see is an anomaly. Our full value rate actually went down, even though each of the townships' rates went up. If we can click to the next slide.
Yeah.
And that anomaly has to do with two things. It has to do with the equalization rates per town. If you look in the middle section, under 1920, when we were working on the budget, I was using these 1920 assumed equalization rates because if you remember, we didn't have the new equalization rates at the time. And if you go to the bottom section, our estimated rates were based on the 1920 equalization rates. With the new equalization rates and with our tax-based growth factor, our actual equalized rates only increased by 3.64% instead of the levy increase of 5.07. And that's a function of both the equalization rates and our tax levy growth base factor that's in the tax cap calculation. And on our final slide, to demonstrate, in the town of Aurora, I figured out on $100,000 assessed value property. The first box on the left-hand side, there's our assessed value of $100,000, our 1920 tax rate, and our 2021 tax rate. And you can see in 1920 on a house assessed at $100,000, it was approximately $4,400. And for 2021, it's increasing to almost $4,600. For a total increase of approximately $160,000. And the year-to-year change of 3.64. And to figure it out on the equalized rate, you will notice when we get to the year-to-year dollar change, there's a difference of 8 cents. And the reason that happens is when we figure our rates by township, we go out 6 decimal places. When we figure out the rates when they're equalized, we go out 2 decimal places. So there's a rounding factor that happens. But as you can see, it comes out to $161 and a 3.64% rate-to-rate increase. Now that's different per township based on the equalization rates per township. So some towns saw a bigger increase rate to rate and other towns saw less. And the final box on the top right-hand side is demonstrating the increase in our growth, our assessed growth. And that comes from 2 places. It comes from the equalization rates dropping in each township. And it also comes from new builds, new construction. And this number, the 139 million, is part of what drove our levy increase so high. It's because of that tax-based growth factor of 1.0104, which shows we have a lot of growth in our schools, in our district.
So that's great news for the taxpayers that the rate came in substantially less than what we had projected when we bid out the budget.
This is actually a really good slide to use in the future when we're educating people what it costs for assessed 100,000. This lays it out very well, Joanne.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just as we've normally done, right now I have the screen up. I can go back to our faces, but if anyone has any questions on any of the 4 slides, let me know. But once I pull it down, it's complicated to get it back.
Anybody have any questions on the slides? I think you're good, Mr. Membretti.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, then may I have a motion? Did we move? We moved already. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. We are moving on to item 4, the Board of Education and Administrative Retreat.
Yeah.
Mr. Russ, you're up.
Okay. Well, we've been working on this, for several weeks, actually over the last several months, in terms of just making adjustments as we ended the school year, and then also just considering what we may be facing as we come back in September. I mean, it's a good thing that we've seen some positive progress throughout the state of our numbers dropping off. That is certainly helpful for us in regard to returning some way to school in September. But again, it's still up in the air, and we're waiting for information from the governor, which we're supposed to be receiving between the 1st and 7th of August. But in the meantime, we've been given some guidance in regard to developing our plan that needs to be submitted to the state and also posted on our website. So that's the process that we're working on right now. Recently, we furnished some documentation that we received within the last week or so from State Ed and the governor's office, and the blue and gold documents that we sent to you are the guidance from the governor's office specifically, and then the thicker, I think it's 145-page document, is the guidance from the state education department. We were really fortunate to be able to participate in the regional and state task forces. So we had on the, that would be Lisa Brown, Matt Brown, Kim Crowley Brown, and John Swinich. Lisa participated on the state level, and that was a much more high-level view of the issue. They had a number of speakers that talked to them about some of the concerns and issues that are out there for us, and then also offered some guidance in regard to moving forward. But the regional task force was much more specific to our region, and then we're using that document as the guidance for developing our local documents that we will be linking on our webpage. And I just thought that Matt Brown, like I mentioned, was one of the people that participated, and they met several times and for many hours to prepare this what they're referring to as the playbooks. And so a number of you are able to participate on those committees, and I'm very grateful for that. So there's 4 main areas that we're focused on, but I'm going to turn it over to Matt because I really like the shirt he's wearing today. Same one. And I'm going to ask him to kind of lead the way and explain what the committee was responsible for.
If I can just jump in on a procedural note, Matt, for those board members, you were sent a link with the agenda for this discussion, but also a link to a Google Drive. In that are all of those documents that Brian just referred to. The state blue and gold documents are the Reopening New York. You'll see 2 of them. One is a guideline, one is a checklist. You'll see the state ed recovering, rebuilding, and renewing document. That's the larger 145-page document. What Matt's going to be referring to now are the 4 playbooks. There's a yellow one, a red one, a blue one, and a green one. Not sure you need to pull them up, but just trying to place context to all the stuff that I sent you. And then I will jump in on the document called July 31st reporting. So just so you know, again, we're not going to read them to you. These are reference documents for you. I just wanted you to have some context to those documents in that Google Drive. You should all be able to access them. If not, reach out to myself or Dennis afterwards. But that's kind of what's in your library now. So just sorry about that, Matt. I just want to make sure we're on the same page paperwork-wise.
Yeah, and Brian, I was just thinking, I know many of the board members were at that meeting the other day, so it might be a little redundant, but I just figured I'd give a quick, little recap of what we did and what our goal was, and then certainly if you have any questions, feel free to ask. But as you know, the committee was made up of 37 representatives from across various districts in Western New York, Erie too. A lot of stakeholders, teachers, administrators, and it was a really good committee that was run by a company called Ed Elements, and they have helped other school districts, like after Katrina, they helped them get back to school. This is kind of like their thing is like this disaster relief on how to get students back into the buildings safely and how to help schools overcome that. So the things I'll just touch on briefly, every discussion that we had, we were asked to bring back to the 4 core values that they call them. And I think that that's important as we go through this process because their 4 core values are very specific in order. And number 1, the top value is just safety. So every time we have a discussion about reopening schools or what learning is going to look like in September, that safety is always that first thing at the top of the list. Second is equity. Are we being equitable to all students and giving all students the opportunities as well as all teachers and families? The third thing is collaboration. And that was very important because, we have a very difficult job of trying to take information from all the stakeholders and collaborating with everyone and then making the decisions on what we feel is best for all. And then finally is communication. And that's pretty obvious, just the importance of communicating what we know and when we know it. I know that we have many teachers out there that are eager to find out our plan. And, I think that we have a really good group. And I'm very confident that we're going to form a plan that's really good for East Aurora. The other things that we talked about, everything that we worked on, we looked at in 3 scenarios. and many of you know this as well, but the scenario number one is what we're calling 100% in person. And obviously that's what we're all striving for. That's what we all want. But in order to get there, we have to, figure a lot of details out. But in person, 100%, all students, all faculty, all staff, that was number one scenario. The second scenario is some sort of hybrid. And I'll kind of jump ahead because the third scenario is obviously 100% remote. And then that second scenario of hybrid means that there's a combination of the two. And that's not defined, meaning it doesn't say that it's every other day. It doesn't say that it's half days. It doesn't necessarily mean that all of the, certain grade levels. The hybrid approach can be something that the district determines and the district defines. The one thing that they were very clear about is most likely we're going to have to transition between these scenarios at some point during the school year. Most likely we'll be hybrid at some point, and we may go to full in-person, then we may go back to hybrid, then we may go to full remote, and who knows exactly how that's going to play out. But as a district, we have to have a plan to make that transition happen as seamless as possible. So the final thing we did in our playbooks is we had 4 different groups: the operations group, the teaching and support, instructional support group, the student support group, and the wellness group. And we just talked about, these various important topics that we have to consider as a school district. And we labeled those most urgent items that our school district will have to consider and come up with a plan for. So now we're at the stage where we have our district committee, and we're beginning to go through those to then develop what those regional guidances and plans were and make them, for East Aurora and what works best for us. Because as we know, what works best for us might not work, best for another neighboring district. So we have to develop that plan at this point. So Brian, I hope that explains it well. But if anyone has questions, feel free to ask.
Any questions from any of the board members?
I guess I have one. As we develop a hybrid model, might we transition in and out of different hybrid models along the way too? Okay.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's one thing about this. It's fluid, and so we just need to, like Matt was saying, communication is really important. We just need to express that very clearly to our families and to our students, and so that we're ready to make those moves as they become necessary. And again, trying to give them as much notice as we possibly can. But I think what we develop now and what we need to submit to the state next week, I'll be honest, will change before we open school in September.
And I think as long as we communicate that too, communicate the fluidity of it all to families, so that they're not, I can tell you from a collegiate experience, we've had the transition happening quite a bit, and it changes sort of daily, and there's some frustration level about that. But as long as people kind of understand that this is all fluid and we're moving in and out and we communicate it as best we can, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
And in jumping in full circle then, and we're going to talk when we kind of get to our key understandings of how the cyclical piece of from safety to equity, communication, and back to safety, paperwork wise, it's similar. So we started with the state guidance, which is the blue and gold guidance. There's then state ed guidance. There's then the regional guidance, and that's the committee Matt Brown and his colleagues were on. Just so everyone knows exactly where we are now as a district, we're spending 2 weeks taking the regional guidance and turning it into district level guidance. So kind of the non-negotiables. What do we have to do? And in those things, how do we do them the East Aurora way? And then what can we choose to do? And again, how do we do those in the East Aurora way? But the same cyclical nature we're talking about. So anyways, it goes to the district level. And then from here, we're going to have 2 weeks of intense. What does that mean at the building level? So the district level groups are not talking about exactly how you're going to move kids from a library to a cafeteria. Those are the things that are local decisions based on the architecture, the nature, the enrollment of a building. What we do have to do, though, by the 31st is the state has given us this 18-page document that we have to complete by the 31st. And in that, we have to have a general roughed out plan. And I want to be very careful when I say plan. There is no plan. There is not an answer that we're going to come up with. It's it's an if then that matrix. So it's a, if we look remote, this is how East Aurora is going to look remote. If we're hybrid, if we are in person, here's what it's going to look like. And then some of that may be local decision. A lot of that is going to be by region or by state. The governor may shut that down or tell us what we need to do. So we're really building scenarios more than we're coming up with a plan. But this 18-page document, and that's also in the shared Google Drive I gave all of you, basically the first page is a little introduction, and it says, where's the link to your website where you're going to post your plan? And that's going to be on our normal COVID page. The other 17 pages are 17 pages of yes/no questions, and the only checkbox they give you is yes. So it sounds a little silly, but it's actually not. It's a reassurance that we have to do those things. And so in coming up with our district level plan for the 31st, or at least scenarios, I keep saying plan, it's actually scenarios, and then also our building level ones, what we know is we have to basically write a paragraph for each of these 17 pages of checkboxes. So it does give us a really nice template. And we know the minimum of that paragraph, it can't contradict what we've checked yes. So it's 17 pages of just clicking yes, which in some ways sounds silly, but in other ways gives us a really nice roadmap to our other document needs to be able to lay on top of this document and not contradict it. So in that sense, there are now some guardrails on the highway. And as long as we stay between them, we know those are things we have control over. So that's kind of the paperwork cycle of where we are. It goes from the state to state ed to the BOCES to the district to the building, and then it circles back up to the state via this document. And that's kind of how the communication cycle on the paperwork side of things is happening.
Just real quick, Mark, on that piece, as we make changes in how we do things throughout the year,
Yep.
state ed expecting us to resubmit.
Nope. So the nice part,
It's general enough that,
Yep.
that it's not those specific.
here's the good news. They've learned from previous requests of submittals. Basically, they're not going to change this, and no change we make can contradict this. Okay. So then what they wrote is basically information submitted through this survey will not include detailed narratives, descriptions of specific actions taken by a school or a district. Instead, those must be articulated in the materials publicly posted on the school or district website. This approach will allow districts to develop plans in their preferred format to rapidly address changes that may be needed on local needs and to update their plan materials during the school year. So the key is, as long as none of those changes click any of these things from a yes to a no, and they force your hand on that by literally not even giving you a no button. So it's I'm just clicking yes on all of them. I need to make sure that whatever we put on our website doesn't violate this. And then we give them the link, and I'm sure they're going to spot check it, but there's no permission in the sense of we have to submit it and get it back. We are vouching that the plan we built upholds all of our yes checks on these 18 pages.
Perfect. Thank you.
And so like when we look at the local force task update, and many of the board members are sitting on those teams to develop the playbook. And what I found out yesterday is that actually the company who is leading this at the regional level is actually going to crosswalk that document directly to each of the assurances in the state ed document. So what you'll be doing is you're developing that plan, and what Sue did is she created a new version of that document that allows you to type in where it says regional guidance, then you can type in right next to it local guidance. And then those local guidances will then be applied to that 17-page document that Mark was just referring to, that will then, I guess, let us be in compliance with what the state is expecting. Now, that won't be submitted to the state. That's what will be initially put up on our web pages as our local document for moving us forward. And then from there, like Mark was saying, is that each of the buildings, Jessica, Matt, and Bill will then lead their teams in regard to how does this exactly look like in my building? You know, how do kids move from one place to the other? How are they wearing masks? How are they hand washing? And so they're going to take care of those specifics by building, and then that will be shared as well. So the initial phase of this will be a little bit more global to the entire district. and then it will be narrowed down as we work through the process over the next several weeks.
Brian, is there a deadline that we have to have it on our website?
The initial document needs to be there by July 31st, Terry.
But on our website, not to the state, on our website.
Yeah. So when we submit the state plan, there's a place for a link that the state can click on to come and see our local plan. So our local plan needs to be up on July 31st as well, but it doesn't have to be by building. It can just be by district.
Okay, thank you.
So we can have like a more global plan that then we will refine over the next several weeks as we get closer to opening school.
And just so folks don't get excited, remember, it's not a plan. It's if we're remote, this is what it'll look like. If we're hybrid, this is what it'll look like. If we're in person, this is what it'll look like. So for those, I know parents, including myself and many members of our leadership team, are very anxious. That doesn't mean we're going to have an initial answer by that day. What it means is the state's forcing us, and rightfully so, to have enough that no matter if the state says zig, we can zag. If the state says zag, we can zig. We are not coming up with a final answer. We're not required to come up with a final answer of this is what September 1st will look like by July 31st, if that makes sense.
It does. Are we going to have that somewhere included on our website so parents don't see this and think that we have a definite plan, so they are
and
aware?
that's the format of the document. Actually follows those outlines. So the questions and the plan we need to build, actually they'll be on a district level. It'll say this is what remote, this is what hybrid, this is what in-person will look like, and that'll, let's say it's a 20-page document. I'm just making that up. The first 10 pages will be this is what it means at the district level. And then each building will have 3 or 4 pages for the very unique specifics of, okay, what does beginning of school look like for Parkdale and an in-person model, something of that nature. So that's really where it's going to go from there.
And Terry, in those playbooks, what it does indicate is each one of the criteria that they're evaluating, that you'll be evaluating with your team. You identify which it applies to. Does it apply to a in-person, a hybrid, or a remote model? And so for instance, transportation, if we're remote, transportation doesn't apply, but it does apply for a hybrid and an in-person model. And so you'll see that which scenarios in one of the columns, so that people know that each one of where they're actually put into effect, depending on where we are in one of those stages.
Thank you.
Sure. So where we are is we worked on that and we had our initial meeting, and I think it went very well. I appreciate Matt again explaining to that committee about what they did at the regional task force and how that helped to develop the playbook for us to use and to move it forward locally. And then so the group got together and then they evaluated their particular area that they were going to be addressing. They spent some time reading through it, and then they got back together as a group and talked about the question of what kind of jumped out to you. And so they just shared ideas, because again, it can be overwhelming when you start reading the volume of information and the detail that needs to be included in the plan. It can be somewhat startling. And so therefore they just said, hey, these are the things that I noticed. And they got those things out on the table. And then when we come back on Friday, Monday, and Wednesday of next week, we're going to actually be writing the local guidance. So we're going to take those components of the regional guidance and then say, sometimes the regional guidance may be exactly what we need to do locally. But more than not, there's probably going to be some kind of adjustment or tweak that makes sense for our district. Because, every school district is unique. We do things a little differently than they do at Iroquois or in Holland. And so our local plan will be somewhat similar, but also different from the regional guidance. And so that's what we'll be working on, is taking that in chunks over the next 3 sessions with the idea that we will then be able to kind of utilize that final document as our local plan that will be submitted as a link on the submittal that we're sending to the state. So the assurances that go off to the state will get the link, and hopefully these playbooks will be the, I would say, temporary plan that we need to provide on our website so that the state could, if they choose to do so, come and evaluate it, or that parents will start to see the ideas or the direction that the district is moving in. And then we'll be using that plan to further refine what we're doing. And then we'll make a determination of exactly what our model will look like September 1st.
Brian?
Yeah.
Do we have to have a contingency plan in case we have an outbreak? And does that have to go all the way back to the state? Or do we have things in place with the different plans so that we could just fluctuate whichever way we need to go?
Exactly, Judy. That's the reason we have the 3 levels, the in-person, hybrid, and remote. So
that makes sense. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, exactly. Say something comes up where there's a large spike and we make a determination for various reasons. It could be because of lack of staff or because of an outbreak of the illness. So there could be other reasons that we need to go to a remote model. And then things may settle down and we'll say, okay, let's move back to hybrid. And then maybe things really improve and we see that things look clear and we get guidance from the state and state education department, we might be able to come back in person. So that's what we're going to be looking for. And that's the reason when they started at the regional level that we have to be prepared for all 3 scenarios. The idea that we all want to be here, right? We all know that. We all want to come back and be in person. But we know that that's not going to be possible, at least in the short term for us. But we know that will ebb and flow through the year, which ultimately will end up being something that we can, where we can get to a point where we can come back. I don't know when that'll be, but I'm always hopeful. So, yeah, so that's where we're going next. And like I said, I'm very confident because I think by having, we have over 40 people involved in the task force. So that really gave us a night. We have the 4 areas: instruction, student support, operations, and wellness. We were able to break it down. So they're anywhere between like 8 and 12 people on each committee. So I think those members will be able to very carefully evaluate their particular area and respond in a way that we'll be able to use that information so that we can formulate, like I said, the first version of our local plan. Any other questions about that? No? Okay. And then, like Mark said, July 31st is the reporting requirement. He kind of explained how that looks. Again, the actual document that we have to submit to the state is pretty straightforward because you really don't have any choice. So we're just going to go through that process and submit it. And then we just have to make sure that that link is live. And then again, that plan will change between July 31st and August 31st before we open school.
And just a note on that, just for simplicity's sake, that COVID page that pops up every time you go to our website, that will remain the go-to page. Everything from the 1920 school year has been archived and is now stored at the bottom of that page. Anything moving forward is now, there's a new 2021 section, and then there will be a new section on top of that for the actual plan itself. So for the sake of communication and transparency, everything COVID related from March 13th all the way till we're done with this thing will be libraried on that page in hopefully very clear sections and in a way that it doesn't, we're trying to keep chunking and boxing things so that it doesn't become an overwhelming process, but you can quickly get to where you want to get to. So that's just a communication piece.
Yeah, and so if we're just like moving on to number 2, the key understandings, it says we need to be prepared to pivot between scenarios, and that's what, Judy, that's what we were just speaking about, that we need to be, like I said, there's a lot of fluidity to this process, and so we just need to make sure that our teachers are prepared and that we're communicating that clearly and giving our families as much time as we possibly can to make those adjustments. So there's no real answer, as it's saying there. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. So there's no real answer. So again, this is going to change, and where we start off in September, 3 or 5 weeks into it, it may look differently. Now we still may be in a hybrid model. And I think Mary Beth asked that question earlier on, and that hybrid model may change. It doesn't mean that we're going to go to a remote model or an in-person model, but we just may adjust our hybrid model because we realize that maybe it's not quite working as efficiently as we had hoped, or some adjustments may make it more effective for our students and our families. Here's the key questions. how do we do what we are told to do in our EA way, you know? And that's what we were saying earlier as well. You know, it's unique to every school district, and, you know, we understand and work closely with our students and families, and are really focused on how does this work for our community. And we did this, we did that parent survey, or we just did a general community survey, because it's not just parents who responded. And that has provided us with some really valuable information that we just got this actual statistics, maybe it was yesterday or the day before. But part of it, like, I'll give you one example that stood out to me, is one of my greatest concerns initially was childcare for our youngest students. And what the survey indicated, and Mark, how many? It was over 1,000 respondents, right?
Yep.
And 75% of them approximately said that they'll be able to take care of their childcare. Either they have childcare currently, or are confident that they will be able to find childcare. So now that only leaves 25% who are less confident or concerned about finding their childcare. So that's a big swing for us. Go ahead.
No, Brian, I was just going to say, but again, you said that was partially the community that responded. So we don't know specifically how many parents that will have children in the Parkdale and middle school that would require childcare. We don't know that it's.
We have it broken down by how they self-identified. We don't have by name. So they would identify themselves as a parent, and then they would identify if it was either kindergarten, 1-4, 5-8, or 9-12. So we can pull that. So we could say, this is how many Parkdale parents, this is how many kindergarten parents, this is how many middle school or high school parents who self-identified reported having this. Is it a true number? No, but 1,000 people. And I was very happy with the survey. And again, we just were able to make all the pie charts and everything. It seems it was a full representation of the community. My fear is that the link would go somewhere and kind of get hijacked by an ideology one way or the other. It seems to have a pretty fair and balanced bell curve to all of our responses. So I think, I'm no statistician, I'm not a research or a survey guy, but at my layman's glance, it looks like we got a good cross section of our community on that.
So you feel comfortable that the percentages that are being reflected sort of for the middle school and Parkdale, we had enough parents respond that were in that? Because my concern is obviously their parents working or their parents that didn't respond to it. And is that number potentially higher? That's all I'm concerned with.
Yeah, well, and it may be. I'm not sure the percentage is going to be higher, because again, we had 1,000 parents self-identify. Now, it could be both parents of the same kid, but we have 1,800 kids. I don't know how many families we have, but it's got to be pretty close to 1,000 families, one way or the other. So, that's, again, I don't run surveys for political polling, but I would say having 1,000 people, and that's our normal voting base, and the rest, seems to be a pretty good cross section in my layman's opinion.
You know what it is, Kim? I think what it shows us too is that we were concerned that it was, we were thinking it's like 80 or 90% would need assistance. So what we can say right now is that's not the case. You're exactly right. What does that really tell us? I guess it tells us that in that regard, we're in better shape than we had anticipated. So now we're still going to be working. Jerome is kind of leading that part of it, working with the club, the childcare from Fisher Price, and the other local providers to see what they can do to open up slots for our families. And then we would then share that information with the families, like here's some childcare that's available right within our community. And then also reaching out to Erie County, who has resources that are actually throughout the county. So say, for instance, you work in Amherst and you want to take your child with you and have them closer to you in Amherst, they can actually connect you with childcare in that area of the county. So again, I think I guess we were anticipating that it was going to be a bigger issue than it is. But do we know exactly what it is? No, we don't. Right? Yeah. So so again, that's what I'm saying, is that we're going to have to look at how does this work for us. And then again, that's a work in progress. And I hate to keep saying it, but this is going to be adjusted as we go through it. We're going to try something. Hopefully most of it will work, but I know some of it won't. And we're going to have to step back and make adjustments and then move forward. and then again, reevaluate, see how that is working. So it's going to be a work in progress for certain, especially I think the hybrid model. I think obviously the remote model, we had 3 months working with it, and we made some really positive adjustments between the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I think it improved the process overall, K to 12. So we have some experience with that. I think we know what to do when they're in person. I think we've done nice work with that and in just in past years. But the hybrid model is probably the one that is probably the most challenging because of all the logistical issues associated with kids staying home some days, transportation, all of those types of things. So let's see. Yeah, and then again, we continue to focus on our values and vision. That keeps kind of the driving force behind our decision making, as it has been with our budget development and our decisions related to curriculum and instruction. And so, we use that as a guiding force as we were making decisions. As we say, okay, what do we think about this model? Well, how does that pertain to what we value? What is the board value? What is our community value? What do our parents value? What do our students value? What do our teachers and staff value? And how does this kind of align with that? Is it going to be perfect? No, it's not. And we certainly have to make compromises that we're not comfortable with. We've known that, and we've done that, like I said, for the 3 months that we had to do it in the 1920 school year. But I think the more and more we focus on our values, the clearer it becomes to us. So it's a nice guiding force. Mark's been working on and how do we go about communicating the change? So I'll turn that over to you.
Yeah, one of the things that's been most eye-opening, kind of myself, as the principals were focused on kind of wrapping up the school year and did a heroic job of that, I kind of went on the forefront of kind of digging into what this might look like moving forward. And then we've caught up a number of administrators. We've had an initial team of teachers. We've been talking about things. And I was really blown away when we had our first meeting that, some of the things that I have already processed was brand new to some of these folks. And so I think the other thing that we need to be very cognizant of is we're all at different stages of processing what this may look like. And so things that I'm comfortable with because I've been wrestling with them mentally and emotionally for 2 months, not I'm thrilled with, but I at least have come to peace with, is absolutely brand new to some of you, to our parents, to our kids, and all the rest of that. And one of the slides, if I can, this came actually 6 years ago to the day when Matt and Brian and I attended some leadership training, and it's stuck with me ever since. If I can just pop over, this is our one audio visual. This is what you pay the big bucks for in coming to this retreat. Is when it comes to change, we all have to go through this process of uncertainty to understanding to internalization. And that process happens over time. And when we talk about leader, manager, team member, that can mean a lot of different things. That could mean state ed, it could mean then the BOCES, then the district. It could mean board, superintendent, administrator. It could mean leadership. It could mean teachers and then parents. It could mean teachers and then parents and then kids. So we have all this. The problem of most change that we learned is that most times we don't communicate our plan until the leader has gone through the process of internalizing it. So we've worked through the process of uncertainty. We've kind of made it through understanding. We've internalized it, and we said, okay, we're at peace with this. This is the decision we're going to make as a district. The problem is when the leader doesn't communicate that until the time where they internalize it, look where the manager or the team member are. They're still in the process of understanding or uncertainty.
Mark, excuse me. I don't think it's not displayed. I can't see it. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Well, it's not working. So we have this. Who knows? I guess you're not getting it. But what we have is this.
It popped up for a second. I don't know what happened.
Who knows? What we have is we have to realize that folks are in different stages along that process of uncertainty to understanding of internalization. And when we come up with decisions, because we know how the district works or we know how the buildings work, and we can kind of visualize what it means to move a kindergartner from a cafeteria to a library, for parents who aren't familiar with our buildings and who aren't familiar with what that means, there's a huge learning piece. And so the questions we want to ask you, we got to remember, aren't just being discussed by the folks who are most comfortable with our district and our buildings, but are extremely comfortable. We're going to make some huge trust asks, and that's the how do we overcome that? Even for some of our teachers, that things that I've been wrestling with for 4, 5, 6 weeks and have dropped on some of our teachers as a, hey, what do you think about this? It's the first they've ever heard of it and thought of it, and they had that little bit of shell shock to them. So I think as we move through those next 3 questions, which is really the meat of our discussion, how do we, we're not here to come up with an answer. We're not even here to weigh in on what we like most, and Brian will moderate the discussion. I'd only recommend we kind of do it in order. In person's easy. We know how to do the teaching. The hard part there is how do we keep kids safe? Remote is, we're not worried about the safety piece as much, but we got to figure out how can we teach better. And then hybrid is the most difficult one, which is how do we teach them and keep them safe? And what does that look like? And what we found is when we have conversations, and again, this is coming from experience of someone who's wrestled with this for probably going on 9, 10 weeks now, it's the only way we can begin to wrap our brains around it is to view them as silos. They're related silos, but they're silos. That if we start a conversation about remote and it blurs into hybrid, which then blurs into in-person, it gets extremely complicated. So I think the real question for discussion is, as a board and a leadership team, what's really important to you if we come back in person? And then we end that conversation. What's really important to you if we're remote? And then we end that conversation. And the hardest and the most difficult, and that's why it's the third conversation, is what's really important to you if we're hybrid? And really what we want to do is take some of our experience, some of our thinking, some best practice that we've begged and borrowed and stolen from other districts who are doing the same thing, bounce it off what's important to you as the representatives of the community, and use that to kind of help us pull this to at least a beginning point by the 31st of July, if that kind of makes sense. So Brian, back to you.
Yeah, and so that's what we wanted to do now is kind of just take a look and get some ideas, and I'll share a few things that we've been thinking about, and some of the ideas and proposals that the administrators and some of the teachers have shared with us. But I think what we could do is, like, if as Mark was saying, we can just take a look at each one of the proposals and say, you know, what would be most important to you, or the things that you think about when we look at like an in-person model. So again, this is a conversation where, as Mark said, we've been working on this for a number of weeks, and we still have numerous questions about what that will look like. So nothing that you're thinking is really should be off the table. So any things that come to mind, and again, it doesn't necessarily, probably shouldn't be very specific, because again, we don't know exactly what it's going to look like. But in general, when we think about in-person learning, what are the important elements that you would like to see as part of that process? And I'm just going to step aside for a second and grab my charger because my computer is low on fuel.
So are we all.
So's mine.
So the funny, just as Brian's doing our commercial interruption, when our computers are running out of battery, it doesn't say your computer's running out of battery. It says you are running low on battery. And over the last 6 weeks, every time that popped up, I said, I know it, computer. I know it.
Okay. So any thoughts at all?
Yeah, lots of them.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, so we're in that silo regarding the in-person. Is that the idea at this point?
Yes, if we can. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my concern is safety. I mean, obviously, that's everybody's concern. I just want to be sure that whatever details are developed, that they conform to the best practice for preventing the spread of this disease. And so, I just want to be sure that we're not jamming people together in large numbers where they can't be 6 feet apart, and that we're making sure that all the personal protective equipment is available to everyone, and we're doing the proper screenings and all the stuff that has to happen to make me feel comfortable that children are not likely to transmit this disease to each other or to their teachers.
I agree with Dan. Safety is also my main concern. And a safety for students, for teachers, for aides, for everyone that's in these buildings. Transportation is a huge concern. How are we going to transport these students to and from school safely? Again, it's everything revolving around safety is my concern for a full return to school.
I think safety is incredibly important, and it has to be foremost in our thoughts. But let me just throw out a thought that, especially at the elementary level, it seems to me that the early part of any school year is that development of a relationship between the teacher and the student. And that is so very important that they have that one-on-one time to develop that before you go remote and they don't have that connection. And so that needs to be taken into consideration in some way, that they have that one-on-one to get to know their teacher, maybe get to know their small group of friends or classmates they're going to be with, to help build that relationship so that they can start thinking in terms of a group.
And obviously joining with everyone on the safety point, is there a way to expand into some non-traditional spaces that we don't usually think of, in terms of putting our classrooms, maybe potentially doing something outdoors? I mean, we have, if we are to start, in person, it's still in summer. So is there a way to do anything that we could set it up so that could be done outdoors or in, the gyms or something like that, so that we're using these non-traditional conference rooms, whatever it might be, to help us give us more space to get to that safety and have as many children back in school as possible, if it's safe to do it.
The concern that I have, I appreciate what Judy said, and I agree with her that there needs to be a personal relationship between teachers and students. I think we need to try to figure out a way to do that without having 25 or 30 of them at once with the teacher. I don't see any safe way, although Kim, I think it's a great idea to use larger spaces. I don't think we have enough larger spaces to be able to bring 1,900 students back and have them all in a large space where they can be 25 or 30 with a teacher and be spaced properly. I just think it's impossible with the facilities that we have. So I hope that whatever plan we come up with for in-person learning, that we keep the cohorts small. We've tried to keep class sizes small, and we thought 20 or 25 was small, because we were upset when classes got up to 30. I think we've, now under this new environment, I think our cohorts need to be tiny, frankly. It doesn't mean that the teachers can't get to know the students. It just means that they're going to get to know them 8 or 10 at a time, rather than 30 at a time.
Exactly.
Perhaps I'm not understanding the discussion that's supposed to take place now, because I thought the discussion now was assuming everyone is back. But Dan's comments really assume a hybrid model. Even Judy's concern seems to establish a hybrid model. It seems to me that that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about everybody coming back. And I think from the few board members that have spoke about safety, I guess I would want to hear from our administrative team, to Dan's point, whether everybody back is.
Yep. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Whether everybody back, and I apologize, I didn't realize my video was off. Whether everybody back is a feasible model, and how are you currently expecting to be able to do that? What kinds of things are you all coming up with in terms of being able to meet the safety requirements that we're obligated to in terms of social distancing and PPE and those kinds of things to make sure that students and staff are safe?
If I say that rookie mistake, go ahead, is just the categories blur. So trust me, you're not the first or the only one who's ever blurred them. It's exactly where it goes. So I think Mary Beth's point is a good one. If we can, because we may be required to get our aid, to get our credit, to get our days, to get our kids to graduate, that they have to be back. We have to assume that that's what we're going to be told to do. Then we're going to assume that we're told kids are not allowed back no matter what. Then we're going to assume that we might have some flexibility, but we need to have an airtight plan for all three of those assumptions, as difficult as it is. So this was a really nice little exercise of the mistake that every group has made ever.
So you think, Mark, that it is possible to have an airtight plan that will ensure the safety of our students?
Well, thanks for putting me on the spot, Dan. I'm going to bounce that to the superintendent. What I'm told is I am losing sleep over the fear that I'm going to be told I have to. I need to be prepared for that possibility. What might that look like?
And isn't that where sort of the non-traditional spaces that I was trying to bring up would come into play? Like, do we need to have in place a plan to have some type of tents? You know, in the pandemic in 1918, all the kids sat outside. You're safer outside. You're safer with outdoors. Is there a way to, then it creates other issues. How do you get the teachers, with their supplies and everyone outside? But are those the types of things we're going to have to look at if we need to have everybody back?
You know what? Exactly. That's exactly it. Here it is that if we come back in person, we would have to meet the safety criteria that are put in place. So once we are saying, hey, we can meet these criteria, we've talked about setting up outdoor classrooms. That's been part of the conversation. Is that something that's feasible by creating additional spaces outside of the school district? Can we do that for September and partly in October? Maybe. And that would give us 5 to 10 weeks of as a resource. And then we have to make a determination. Okay, we were able to come back, but now that we don't have this space available to us, we have to move back to a hybrid model. So what we have to do is, and I understand exactly what you're saying, safety is our number one concern. And so in order to move to any one of these models, we have to make sure that we're meeting those criteria for those particular issues before we move into what we would say is a less restrictive model. So the in-person model is what we're always hoping to achieve, right? We want to have all of our kids here, but we only can make that happen if we can create an environment where they are indeed safe first and foremost, and we can comply with the issues related to social distancing, wearing of face coverings, and those types of things. And
so this model of everyone back, an in-person model where everyone is back, how does that work for students and staff members who don't come back?
Right. So that's another consideration. So for those students who are not able for various reasons to return, we need to make accommodations for them within that plan. And so for instance, if someone for someone like who's immunocompromised, let's say, and they're not able to come back because of the number of students who will be in school, we need to come up with an alternative model to make sure that they can engage in the instructional process.
So for the folks that are coming back, which we're assuming everyone is coming back, and we know that we have spaces that right now would not accommodate social distancing. Kim suggests maybe tents and things, and to me, yes, but I think we need to think a little bit more long term about it, because the need for social distancing isn't going to end in September or October. So if we're going to expend funds to advance our learning spaces or increase our learning spaces, it seems to me we kind of have to think about, maybe trailers or something like that are going to be large enough to fit a class. Do they make such a thing? Does the trailers that they used to have we used to do that years ago when our buildings weren't big enough. We brought in, trailers, and there were some, unfortunate folks that were in and outside trailer for their classroom settings, but are they large enough that we can socially distance.
And they do make those. The other guidance talks about community space, so fire halls, church basements, things of that nature. Again, understanding that the national guidance on outdoor classrooms works for about 7 of the 40 weeks for us, and we have winter the rest of the time. So those are things, if we're talking full return, we may have to have that conversation.
Also, the cafeteria, I don't know if the kids would be going down to the cafeteria, so we could utilize the cafeteria. Gym is something they're saying you should really be 12 feet apart for gym. You shouldn't be exerting all the energy that you normally would at a gym class, so we could utilize the gyms. There are other spaces in these buildings that we could potentially utilize.
Yeah,
You have 1,800 students.
I'm sorry, Dan?
Sorry, Dan.
You have 1,800 students
Yeah.
that would all have to be 6 feet apart in this everybody's back scenario. So, do the math.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we just have to do the exercise, though. We have to actually come up with a plan. So let's try to be. And are you looking for ideas from us, or are you looking for? So you've heard other community spaces, right? Other municipal spaces that we might be able to use.
It's half ideas, and more importantly for us, it's the red line that you're not going to let us go there. So we'll work on the ideas. We need to know in some of these things what we could come up with.
Not use homes to distance the class.
Right. The board's not going to say no. Like, and again, I'm not putting you on the spot. And for an example, Dan, I'm 1,000% with you. But again, the exercise may be whatever. This may be out of our hands, and the answer is statewide schools are reopening. We have to be prepared all the way this way. We got to be prepared. No one is coming back on property no matter what, and we got to be prepared for everything in between. So, for example, something of full remote could, and to Judy's point, the psychological health, and this is what I've been working on this week. So it's on the front of my brain to create a place that's medically sterile enough for people to be here, but not visually or psychologically sterile so much that it causes other concerns. Because most of what we heard from parents is the importance of socialization, the importance of kids being back in school. I 1,000% agree. I 10,000% agree. But to send your kid back in this world of plexiglass and masks and fear of this ever-present germ could actually cause some psychological repercussions the other way. That for us to make our buildings, and everyone said safety first, and that is 1,000% the right answer, we have to thread a needle that our spaces are still welcoming and inviting and child-friendly. So how do we make them medically sterile but not psychologically sterile?
Well, I think you're doing it right now. There were, in the last week, there have been 2 large color photographs in the Buffalo News of classes occurring at the Parkdale School this summer that looked like a educationally welcoming environment with teachers and students. And I assume the Uritu BoCES that is operating this program didn't turn anyone away. They have their students there that are supposed to be there, the teachers there that are supposed to be there, and they are doing educational activities in a manner that's safe and that is welcoming. So there's a model there for doing this. It all revolves around numbers. They're doing it. But they have how many students and how many adults?
Well, let me ask you this, to Dan's point about numbers. Has anyone, it seems to me we got to get a tape measure out and measure every classroom and figure out how many can fit in a classroom and do the math on that. And then you come to the board and you say, we've used all our extra spaces and we've used all our, any available space within our buildings. And now we need X amount of spaces more to accommodate this amount of kids and also X amount of personnel, because it's people can't be in 2 places at once.
Mm-hmm.
So
good exercise. It would seem to me if indeed we need to have this plan, as Mark says, we're stuck. We have to have it in case we get ordered to do it. Then if they go through what you just suggested, Mary Beth, measure everything, make some determination, and come back to us with a request for what they need to fill in the blanks that they were not able to accommodate. That's a good exercise.
But please use judicious on your resources. I don't want, our administrative team going in and doing an exercise that may well be futile. You use some other resources to be able to say, here, you can use a tape measure, go in and tell me, and in those Parkdale rooms, you got to remember, you got to cut off the locker room space, the cubby space, and say, here's how much space there is, and what we can reasonably accommodate there.
And I think that's what it is that when we look at an in-person, when we look at an in-person model, it's unique to each school district because it depends on the size of your school, the number of spaces that you have open. Like for us right now, most of our rooms are occupied, so we have very little space to grow. Like other local districts have more space because they just don't, their populations have decreased. They have open classrooms. That allows you that flexibility. And as Mary Beth was saying, so we wanted to look at like those outdoor classrooms. If we came back and said, well, we need 20 outdoor classrooms to make the in-person model work, that's really not practical. But if we need 2, well, then that's something else we can consider. And so like what Terry was saying, using the gym space, using the cafeteria space, do we have lunches served within the classroom so that we can use the cafeteria space for other learning opportunities? Do we push phys ed classes outdoors or do them in a different way during the winter months so that we can use the phys ed space? And so all of those things would have to be considered. So right now, under the current guidance, and so as the guidance eases and say we don't have to socially distance anymore because the virus is in a place where it's really has diminished, well, then that allows you to open that door to bring students back. So they may say, now students just need to wear masks. And so when they're in the hallway, they need to wear masks. And if they're within this distance within your classroom, they need to wear masks. Or maybe they take that requirement away. Or if you use barriers, then you can have more kids within the classroom. So there's all of those factors that will come from the state and state ed that will influence our ability to move between these different models. So for us, under our current circumstance, that's what makes it so difficult to go to an in-person model at this time, because of the restrictions of the state and all the requirements we need to put in place to make sure our students are safe will not allow us to come back. Like even if the governor said you will come back full time, under these current guidelines, we wouldn't be able to do it because we don't have the capacity unless we do something radically different. We just wouldn't be able to do that. So what will have to happen is the criteria will have to change simultaneously for us to be able to move in that direction. Now, right now, what we're looking at is we want kids to come back. We know that the in-person model is probably impossible for us at this time because of the current conditions. So then what kind of remote model can we do so that they have an experience within the district, but also they'll be doing part of their work remotely?
Can I interrupt you right there, Brian, though? I mean, we're talking about in person, right? I mean, I think we first have to come to a definition of what can we do in person. And that might mean you first got to look at it as a matrix, right? You got to get the kids there. So how many kids can we legitimately bus to school on a daily basis? That's your first bottleneck, right? Then your next bottleneck is, given the current spacing, let's just say it's 6 feet and wearing masks, how many kids can we fit now in the school system based on that? Then we have a foundation to say that means we can fit 400 kids a day. So that means every 3 days, if it's 1,200 kids, we can have kids in school. And I'm making up these numbers. But really, if we're looking at just in person, that's what we got to do, right?
Well, in person would mean, John, that all 1,800 kids would come back every single day.
Oh, so in person, you mean?
In person, they're all here in person. what would we need? What conditions would we need to create within the district to make that happen? And that's what,
and basically we know the answer that based on 6 foot of spacing, we can't do it, right?
Well,
right. So
that's,
for us at this time, it's really impossible to make that happen. And so, but if we get to a point where they are coming back, where all 1,800 kids are back, what would the board think are the most important criteria in regard to what that would look like? What would you like to see within that model once all kids are back on campus?
For me, I think there's a big question about the differences of opinion in those kids coming back, right? You will have the whole gamut, just like you have in the survey results. You'll have the folks who are terrified, and the same thing will be true of staff, right? You have folks who are just chomping at the bit, ready to get back to normal. Let's just do it. And then you have those who are very, very afraid, and everything in between. And I think we'll need to be very cautious moving forward with all staff, all personnel, all families, all students, to make sure that the communication is super clear. For me, it's going to be finding that balance. To Mark's point, I hear you don't want to scare all the children and make it seem like they've walked into a hospital. But at the same time, if it feels normal, I feel we've done it wrong. It cannot feel like last September or we've missed the boat entirely, because we will have families who are desperate to make it feel like last September. And our job is going to be to make sure we're keeping distance or whatever the rules are at the time that we open those doors, because the kids are going to want to be kids and glom on each other and
sure.
all
And
that.
it's a needle. Yeah, it's a needle we have to thread. And even other things, which very much imply the in-person piece, the communication with parents. You know, as adults, we've all had a day where we're not feeling quite great, but there's another hour in the day I can just power through and whatever, throw a video on, do whatever. We don't have that option anymore. That you're, as a teacher, not feeling well, I need to pull you out instantly and send you home. That's wearing my personnel hat, and rightfully so. And that's a huge safety piece. The problem is, who am I going to put to watch that class? And I need 5 subs sitting on the bench, kind of like backup quarterback, saying, you're up, you're going to 3rd grade, you're going to 7th grade, and it may be on a moment's notice. We've all had days where we started off feeling great, after lunch, whatever, but not sick enough to go home, not feeling 100%, but I'll power through. As adults, we've all done that. That option's off the table. Daily health screenings that I need to do on my teachers as director of personnel are going to very much dictate, and something where we have 1,800 kids we need to watch. Assuming still in this kind of full return silo, I forget the COVID piece, which is the big piece, but I just, for my sake of my brain, just the physical safety watching them, I may be sending home. And the reason I'm dwelling on the nuances and complexity of this, because I think the general consensus for most folks is, I just want my kids back to school. And I do personally, as a dad, as an educator, I want my kids back to school. The 1,000 things that have to line up perfectly to make that happen need to be respected. Let's say that. And I'm not afraid of hard work, but understand that we are trying to thread a needle at 100 yards to make this happen. And that's it.
If I can just give you some information, some of the things that we were told at the law conference that we are being told to do by the CDC is we are supposed to have multiple entrances and exits for all students entering buildings. So it's no longer a group of kids come through one entrance, it's now multiple. We're supposed to keep windows open, which means we have to be concerned about students with allergies, people with bee allergies, and just pollen, etc. allergies. Meals are supposed to be in the classroom. Again, what do you do with children who have nut allergies, peanut allergies, etc.? If we decide to go with the portable classrooms and or tents, we need prior approval from the SED. Social distancing, if you're in gym, chorus, band, it's not 6 feet, it's 12 feet. And again, the normal stuff that everyone knows, the students are required to be 6 feet apart, barriers in place, face mask. They recommend that students stay in cohorts of small groups and they travel together or stay together and the teacher moves. All the desks are supposed to face the same way, and that means including the teacher. So when they're speaking, they are not sending out any droplets. The arrival time is supposed to be staggered. We're supposed to limit the use of cubbies and lockers to prevent loitering. Playgrounds are okay, but we're supposed to then cancel or limit all sports and assemblies. So
this is all guidance.
They're all guidance. Right.
These are recommendations. It's not, in terms of, when you're saying supposed to, it's not a mandated thing, but this is just guideline. This is guidance that they, it seems to me from the board giving you what concerns we have or what that in-person model needs to look like. It's obviously safety.
Mhm.
It's obviously keeping communication open and articulate and communicating with families and staff what the safety precautions are, what the expectation is, what's going to happen if there's somebody who's positive or an outbreak, and emotional and support for both staff and students. Is it anybody else got anything else they want to add other than those areas? I think we all agree that all of those three pieces are important. Does anybody have any other area to add in terms of all students back?
Well,
I just have a general question about our filtration system, because I've been reading, they were talking about, is our filtration system one that's been updated so that it does handle some of these viruses and stuff?
no.
Okay. No, I mean, they were talking about that's one of the things that
Well, the answer is
environment safer. So
I sort of know the answer to this because I posed that question to Doug, and he's here somewhere on this thing, so he can join in. The answer is some of our facilities are more modern than others and have a MERV rating for the filters that are better than others, but they're not all the same, and they're not all of the absolute highest level that would ensure that it would filter out the virus. Doug, are you there?
Yeah, I am. That is correct, Dan. And the as I'm doing more research and naturally the industry is catching up to this. Even the 1-inch filters that we have, there is filters being produced right now that are going to be MERV 13 that will supposedly be able to filter out things like COVID.
And are those filters that are gonna in each of our buildings?
They're working on it. Yeah.
Can I just jump in on a point of order? Apparently, when we first started, there was this entire meeting has been recorded and will be posted. When we first started, there was a disconnect between the live stream link and the YouTube link. That it was a technical thing. That's been fixed for about 58 minutes now. I know we now have about 15 watchers, but I hear there's some chatter of folks not being able to get in. It should be live from the YouTube now. So if you have friends who are complaining they can't get in, they just need to retry it. In addition, this entire meeting in its entirety will be posted as soon as we're done here. So I'm not sure exactly where the disconnect happened, but nothing's being hidden. Everything's being recorded. Everyone should be able to watch now if they retry. And for sure, from this first second to the last second, will all be posted, just for sake of that.
Thank you, Mr. Rambrani.
Mary Beth, your last question that you asked us if we had anything else to add on this silo relating to all the children coming back in person all at once. The only thing I would reiterate is that I believe a plan would have to be in place to keep the cohorts small. Even though they're all back, it may mean you have to come to us and ask us to hire more people so that you can have, it doesn't mean that the students would have to be with their teacher continuously. Perhaps they're with a teacher for part of the time, with an aide in a different location for part of the time. I don't know how you'd work it, but I believe that you cannot, in the spaces that we currently have in our buildings, that you cannot have more than 8 or 10 students with a teacher at a time in one of those spaces. And I think when you go there with your ruler to measure, you'll find that will be the case.
Yeah.
And so I would like to see, if we're developing a plan for everybody coming back all at once, that plan includes a way of grouping those cohorts in small enough groups that it will be safe. And whatever the staffing we need to do that, we need to hear from you what that would be.
Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, I was including that in the safety piece.
Exactly. So you can see the idea of coming back in person for the entire district is a pretty daunting task for us. But it's something that we are striving for, and it's our hope that we eventually get there. But it wouldn't be until all of those issues are addressed, and it would be as Terry was saying, and in some way it's good, and in some way it's difficult. We're getting guidance from a number of sources: the Department of Health, the CDC, State Education Department, and the governor's office. And so there are conflicts within those documents, and then there are some requirements, and then there are some things that are, you should try to do this. And so we're balancing all of that out, and is exactly what you're doing is we're looking at the layout of our classrooms, and what do we do with those large classrooms? Like in particular, we have some larger classrooms at the high school. We've done a nice job to keep our class sizes smaller at Parkdale. And so can we, by splitting those classes, can we have 2 classes that are available per teacher? Can we have 11 and 11, and does that work? And does it fall within the criteria of the various sources that we have to work from? So that's what we're working towards. And that's why for us, and because of our limited space, makes this in-person model right now, like I said, a really daunting challenge. And so that's why I'm saying it's highly unlikely we'll be able to move towards that for the start of September.
And not just with the buildings, Brian, but also with transportation. I don't think we've necessarily touched on that yet. Social distancing on the buses is going to limit the number of kids we can have on an individual bus. And what would we need from first student in order to have everyone back and properly transported to school? And then the question would be, do they even have that capability to provide us with what it is that we would need to have to do that?
And Joanne and Jerome are working with first student right now to address those exact issues, not only for the general ed population, but also for those students who have special needs in regard to their transportation as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, Mary Beth, from the state template that we need to answer yes to, because there's no option to answer no. I have copied and scanned the pages to Leonard. So first knows what we have to follow. And I'm going to follow up with an email with how many kids can we transport per bus per day to start gathering that information.
And then I guess on a health side of it, in terms of what additional personnel you anticipate needing, I mean, we've already heard about, just on our current student population in a time of not COVID, the need for additional nursing resources within the buildings. And I'm sort of wondering if a full in-back model would require something on top of what we currently have to address sort of the unique COVID nature of healthcare within the district to accommodate, whether we have temperature checks or individual screenings of staff and students as they come back, whether there's some additional need there.
Yeah, we're talking about that as well, because each day parents have to assure that their child is indeed healthy as far as they can do that, and they have to go through a health check and a temperature check, and so we're working on a way to provide them with access that they can tell us that indeed happened at home and that their child is safe to come to school, at least to the best of their ability. And then we're going to have our nurses, for those students that don't go through that process, will then have to intervene when those children arrive at school. So how is that going to impact, their ability to attend to their regular responsibilities? We don't know that yet. And so
it's more than just sending your kid. There has to be some affirmative representation from a family that they actually did this screening at home.
Correct. Yeah, it's just like what our employees have to go through as well, Mary Beth. Go through that questionnaire every day that I do not feel I feel well. you know, I haven't been exposed, those types of things, and also a temperature check. And so, but of course, you know, things happen, people forget to do that, so we need to respond. So we need to track that as that is happening, and then identify those students who haven't gone through that process on a daily basis.
And that's true whether that's an full in-person or a hybrid. So that's that.
Right. Right.
It seems to me that in any one of the models, except the remote model, we need to address the transportation issue pretty carefully. And so I would like to ask you to consider what the ramifications might be to having an aide on each bus. I'm concerned about the driver concentrating on driving and at the same time enforcing social distancing, mask wearing, and all the other behavioral issues for students that he or she has to somehow or another see through the back of their head while they're driving. So I'd be interested in knowing what the costs and what the benefits would be to providing this additional person, and whether if we had such a person on the bus, whether they could have a thermometer with them and do the screening for temperature before the students arrive even at the school, and you wouldn't even have to take them off the bus if they didn't pass the screening, and simply take them home. So at any rate, I think we need to consider the safety factor on the bus as well, and I think the issue of what we can expect of these drivers is paramount in that.
And one of the things that we had talked about also is how many children will actually need transportation. Is it something that we can have children walking to school? A lot of our parents do drop off children at school. Is it something that we could have, at least as the school year starts, some type of, information, what parents would be willing to do that so that we could, address some of the social distancing that we need on the buses?
And that would be something that has to come from state ed,
right,
the governor's office, because right now we have to provide transportation for every student, regardless of whether, we know we have a lot of drop-offs and we have a lot of people who drive or drop off their kids all the way up to the high school. So, but we do currently have to provide bus transportation for everybody.
Yeah, I had heard that Orchard Park had sent a survey to their parents to find out, and I know what you're saying, Mary Beth, about the state, that they were asking parents about that. So I don't know if that's something that we can look into, and if that's something that state ed, they're going to do something about, or the governor, but it definitely helped us.
That was one of our generic questions of our survey. It was not student specific that I know some districts have done. We at least have rough numbers of parents who'd be willing to drive their kids. Again, we got to meet the regulations, but we do at least have raw data on that.
Thank you.
Just two thoughts regarding Dan's thoughts. I agree with the aid on the bus, but one thing to consider with social distancing, that means one less student on the bus. And I believe that I read in the guidelines that on the bus in particular, we are not allowed to take temperatures, but I can double check that also.
Yeah, I think there is some guidance on that, Joanne, in regard to, well, I think it was when the bus driver was going to be asked to take the temperatures. I think that was prohibited. So, but I don't know. Like I said, and here's the thing is that guidance changes, I'll be honest, on a daily basis.
And if I'm understanding correctly, Brian, it would be the parents would take the temperature at home. It's not the nurse taking the temperature as each of the children comes into the school. So this is going to be done at home. They're going to attest to it. So the nurses will only be doing it if there's some type of issue that's come up. So we wouldn't need someone on the bus to be taking temperatures, I guess, if the parents have.
Well, if they all do it.
Right. My grandson is presently at Parkdale for summer school, and his temperature is taken every single morning at Parkdale.
Yeah.
So just so you know, for transportation, the SED has stated that until the Department of Health releases further guidance, School transportation should follow the standards in the Department of Health's interim guidance for childcare and daycare programs, which is they must wear a mask or face covering over the nose and mouth, and the bus driver has the discretion to deny admittance to individuals who fail to comply with the face covering. So until the Department of Health says anything else, SED is giving the guidance.
So we just.
There's some contradiction there with that guidance. I do know that it was on the news as well as other guidance said we cannot deny students if they choose not to wear masks.
I was just going to say that there's a conflict right there, Terry, because we have guidance says that we cannot deny them, and now that guidance says that we can deny them, but I don't believe that's the case. I know it's.
Can we as a district mandate it?
No, we can't we can say it's yes, but if they took their mask off, I believe we would be hard pressed to send them home.
No, I know.
So does that mean even in school then, Brian, if a student takes their masks off, we can't say that they have to keep them on? What do we do in that situation?
At least the last guidance that I know of, Terry, is that if they choose not to wear it, that it would be very difficult for us to send them home.
Well, which leads me to believe that it's impossible then to ensure the safety of any of these people if it's in the hands of individuals to decide whether or not they comply with the social distancing requirements. I just will not feel comfortable as a school board member having our schools open with people on their own individually making these determinations.
Brian, where is that coming from in terms of that it's discretion? I'm not saying it's discretionary, but it would be a challenge to send a student home if they chose not to wear the mask. Where is that?
That would be in the, let me try to find it. Can you give me 1 second?
Yeah.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, good idea.
Yes, that's a great idea.
Thank you.
It is, let me see what time it is. 3:43. I'm going to suggest we come back at 3:50.
Okay. Should we exit out and then just come back in?
No, just put yourself on mute or your video off and.
Yep. Just mute your camera and your microphone, and we'll plug back on at 50.
think most everybody's coming back now, Brian. If you want to
Yeah.
start again, it's 3:51.
Sure.
Brian, as we're getting all of this information from all these different sources, which one do we follow? The CDC, the OH, or the FPD? It's like, seriously, which one do we follow? It's so frustrating.
Yep. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Terry. And that's what here's what I think I'll say. I'm just going to read a little bit from the health and safety portion of this New York State Education Department doc. So the 145 page under the health and safety, it says district schools must review and consider the number of students and staff allowed to return in person. These factors should consider. So that's what it is. It's saying there's not a lot of it must consider. It should consider the ability to maintain appropriate social distance, PPE and cloth face mask availability of safe transportation, and local hospital capacity. So that's what they say in that first part of the reopening plan mandatory requirements. Okay, so they're saying it's mandatory requirements, and then they said you should consider these things, but not that you have to. You have to consider them. And then on the next page, and I'll stop there because it goes on and on and on. It says here in regard to the social distancing, districts plan has written protocol to ensure all persons in the school keep socially distanced of at least 6 feet whenever possible. So if it's not possible, then you don't have to maintain 6 feet. So that's the kind of stuff that's in there. But the idea would be this, is that if we could maintain social distance of 6 feet for the vast majority of our students, if we get the vast majority of them to wear a mask, if we use barriers, we're creating a greater and greater probability that the disease will not be transmitted. But there's no model that guarantees that it's going to happen, right? We know that if we come back to school at some point in time, there's probably going to be a case that appears. And it's happened. It hasn't happened here, but it's happened in other school districts around us, even with staff members just coming in over the summer months. So we're on this really reduced staff, right? So we're pretty distant from each other. But school districts have had issues and where people have come down with it. Now, are they getting it from the school? Not necessarily, but they're bringing it from outside of the school into the school. And then there's a protocol that you need to follow when that does indeed happen. So is any one of these models that when we come back, even hybridly or all in person, ever going to eliminate? No, it's not. And so while the guidance, and like you're saying, is there's a lot of, I don't want to say mixed messages, but it's kind of mixed messages about you need to do this, but then you really don't need to do it. But like, for instance, on the buses, what was required at one point until I think today, didn't that come out today, Jerome? The new guidance is that it originally said you must wear a mask and you must socially distance. Now that's not necessarily the case for the classroom, because you can create other barriers within that space that then qualify for maybe not hitting the 6 foot distance. So there's a variety of models that you can, like I guess you would say, check boxes to say, okay, we've really done our best under our circumstances with our students to maintain the safest and healthiest environment we possibly can. But then today they came out with new guidance on that, Terry, that said, no, you can't force them to wear a mask. You could tell them you need to put a mask on, but if they choose to take it off, you can't tell them that they have to leave the bus.
But Brian, so that's for the bus, but specifically in terms of being in the school building, is there some specific guidance to that talks about that you don't, if someone refuses to wear their mask, they don't have to wear their mask in the school building? Or is this?
It doesn't go into that detail, but it does say that a school district can mandate students to wear masks.
Right. But if they don't, yes, but if they don't,
what do you do?
What do you do?
No, I mean, I think the difference is in the other language, it was this is mandate means you must do it. So if you mandate it, you must do it. So that's different than what we were just talking about. So I think if we mandate it, that puts it in a different light.
Well, it does and it doesn't. There's FERPA requirements and there's constitutional things. There's also the actual, you are mandated to wear one on the bus, with the exception that any student whose physical or mental health will be impaired is not required to.
Right. There you go. So yeah, that's what I'm saying is that you say, for instance, I can't wear that because of my anxiety disorder, then you don't have to wear it. Yeah. See, so it's mandated. And would we, I would think, would we have mostly compliance? Yes. They talk about very young children wearing masks and the difficulty with them touching their face, you know, because it's irritating, right? We've all worn masks and I you know, find it pretty irritating. But, you know, so when little children are required to do that, what's the probability that they will indeed continue to do that? And also, you know, there's just so many factors that are involved. And so if they choose not to do that, what other measures can we put in place that will help to minimize or maximize their safety?
We could have like a little penalty box in a classroom that, you know, kids who don't want to wear a mask have to wear a different. I mean, I'm just, it seems to me that if the goal is safety, we have a policy that says everyone has to wear a mask or a shield or whatever, and then whatever measures we can take to enforce that, we take to enforce that.
Exactly. Yeah.
You betcha. You betcha.
Anecdotally, I've got to say, from what I see in the store, kids are so much better at it than the adults. They're younger and they just learned that they have to wear pants and keep them buttoned and zipped. So if you tell them they also have to wear a mask, they'll learn to wear a mask. The adults are like, I've been on this planet for half a century and this is uncomfortable and I don't want to.
That's good. That's a good observation, Jess.
They roll with it better than we do. They just do.
Yeah.
The only thing I can say is special ed kids and kids with anxiety disorder would be a huge.
Yeah, not everyone.
Yeah.
So you have alternatives.
The mandate is to.
You know, I've seen people with face shields rather than masks. So there's other possibilities that you can do to limit the potential spread. And I think that's what we have to have for if indeed there's going to be some students who for some reason can't wear a mask or won't wear a mask, we need to have an alternative.
We have to be careful of the shields though, Dan. They have a different purpose.
Yeah. Well, they prevent the little. Yeah. Well, it's a good point. They don't work as well as a mask, but at any rate, so I guess our point, we're supposed to be giving you thoughts here, you know, take into consideration all that we've said and go forth.
Good luck to you all.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So this is a great example. This is how challenging it is. It's like, as much as we want them to be back, there's no question about it. There are so many factors that we have to weigh. And I think for us right now, and I don't want to write anything off, but coming back in person, it's an enormous challenge. And so we want to make sure that we're able to meet that challenge and feel secure about the safety of our kids prior to moving in that direction. And so I think this is kind of a good example. Like you said, we're trying not to get too far into the weeds, right? We want to try to keep big picture, but it's really hard to move through this process without having some of this type of dialogue.
Oh yeah.
Art said we've been talking about it for weeks and months actually, and as you have too, but not to the same degree. You didn't have the same information as we did, and now it's available. And actually, it is helpful to go through this. It isn't completely clear, and in some places, it actually contradicts itself. But in general, it does give you an idea of what it means to create a safe environment. Is any environment perfect? No, it's not going to be. But we can do whatever we can do to make it the safest as we possibly can. That's what this guidance does for us.
Well, along those same lines, Brian, Mark talked about 3 silos. The first silo being the everybody comes back all at once. I think since we have very few school board meetings before this all comes to pass, we better spend some time tonight talking about silo 2 and silo 3 so that you have the board's point of view on the issues relating to those.
Okay, before we move to the next, to the hybrid or the other one, just real quick on an all back model, are we anticipating any need for curricular changes in order to have that model implemented?
Hopefully no. If the question is, as we cohort kids, as we move kids, there is question regarding, is the state going to provide some relief in terms of credits, graduation requirements, and the rest? So we like our robust curriculum, and we would not desire to change it. The logistics of seat time, of lab space, of what the state allows and doesn't allow may be impacted by that, but that would be an effect of it, not a cause.
Okay. So we can say we want to open with the same, have you assume an opening with all the curriculum staying in place.
Well, that would be the goal. The devil's going to be in the details.
Yep. No. All right. Fair enough. All right.
Yeah, we'll come out of the gate with the idea of, this is what the curriculum is for ninth grade English, and this is what the requirements are for the standards in the state, and then that'll adjust as time moves forward.
What is the latest guidance on state ed testing?
Right now it's in place, Judy. I mean, they canceled it for last year. I imagine they'll just have to wait. I sent you the guidance for athletics.
Yeah.
That athletics has been delayed by about a month. And then they're consolidating, they're condensing the season, right, so there won't be any championships or those types of things for the fall. If that doesn't work, they're going to go to a January model. Well, then they'll put all 3 seasons within the last 6 months of the school year, and then there'll be adjusted seasons as well. And so it's kind of the same as that. When we look at state testing, I think they'll look at how long we've been in an alternate model, and then what can they possibly be responsible for in terms of a 3 through 8 assessment or a Regents assessment.
Okay, thank you.
And at the same time, they're active, so is APPR. Those were just 1-year waivers. So as of now, none of the paperwork requirements of school have changed for this upcoming year.
But yeah, we're gonna have to evaluate our teachers and our administrators.
Of course.
Okay, why don't we move on to I think remote might be easy because we know what a remote model is. All of our students are at home. One thing that may change is that we could have our teachers back in their classrooms teaching from their classrooms, which would allow them access to their supplies and those types of things. Same thing for labs. Like one thing, Judy, that they did talk about is the lab requirement, and that lab requirement is still the same number of minutes, but it can be in a virtual setting or in a live setting. And so they made some adjustments there. So if all of our students have to stay home, we would be able to bring our staff back and place them in their classroom and keep them apart from each other. But they would be able to conduct their lessons from there. And what we're hoping to move towards, and again, this will be a work in progress, especially at the upper level, like K-4, it's something different because of the ability of the kids to attend. But like it's maybe 5 through 12 or 7 through 12, I think for sure that idea of having online either live streamed lessons or recorded lessons will become part of what we're doing in regard to like an instructional or a curricular change. I think it would be more instructional. We're hoping that will become a more prevalent piece of at least our secondary program. Again, when you're dealing with 5 and 6 year olds, asking them to sit and attend for any extended period of time on their own, it's without guidance, it's a real challenge. So that model will have to be different, but we're really hoping to be able to infuse some of that additional exchange, I guess you would say, between the teacher and the student, even if it remains remote.
So Brian, that would look more like the kids would actually be attending school, even though they're remotely, instead of doing it on their own time necessarily.
Right. Yeah. And, Jess, exactly that. Now, there's certain families have like certain limits, I guess. But one thing we're going to focus on that a number of our students were working during, I shouldn't say number, but there were some of our students who were working during the day, and they're not allowed to do that. Even if they are indeed essential workers, they need to be attending to their studies during the school hours, and then they can work all the essential hours they work in the evening. I think that is permissible. So we're going to have to stress that with our students of working age, that they really need to be available during the day. And then not to keep them online like for 7 hours straight, but to do some type of model where maybe the core areas are online. Excuse me. The core areas are online, and then the special areas may happen in a different way.
So there would actually be a schedule, as I understand it, and students would be required to be in class virtually according to that schedule. And that would ensure that that every teacher was in touch with every student every day. Even though it's done remotely. I know the remote models varied so much from district to district across the state. Some districts didn't have hardly any direct contact between teachers and students on a daily basis. So as a board member, my concern about the remote model, if we have one, is that every teacher connect with every student every day.
And in the guidance, there are new attendance requirements that basically ensure exactly what you're talking about. There are waivers and variations for a daycare situation, or obviously if a family gets sick or things like that. But there is daily attendance requirements now, both for the student and on behalf of the district, to ensure that those are being met. So it doesn't follow the old model exactly, but it's a heck of a lot closer than the spring used.
Yeah. Would I say, Dan, that we could guarantee every student every day? I don't think so, but
you can guarantee it. I mean, you couldn't guarantee it in an in-person thing. You know, if they don't show up, they're not going to show up.
Right.
But it seems to me you could report. You'd be able to come to us and say we have a 90% attendance rate. As a matter of fact, that you've had to report that to the state for years. For the regular program, where you have to report what your attendance rate is, and state aid was often determined by the weighted average daily attendance. So to me, you can't guarantee, just as you can't guarantee everyone's safety, you can't guarantee everyone's attendance, but you can encourage it by having a setup in such a way that requires certain things. And I think we should have requirements for the students, but we should also have requirements for the teachers. You should be able, the principal should be able to log into any one of these classes and observe, just like they would if they strolled into a math class at the middle school. So in my view, this kind of model for remote needs to have some kind of schedule that is publishable.
Yeah, I agree with what Dan said. The only sort of caveat is obviously for these families that are, going to be struggling with daycare and different issues that we need to be cognizant of in our district, because, if the parents have to go to work and they're, how are these kids going to be there?
So maybe
it makes allowances for that, and there are carved out allowances that I think are pretty common sense. So again, it's a lot better than what we used. It's not the same as in person, but great progress has been made in terms of the expectations.
Good. And Mark, just with respect to that, for those carve-outs, there's a way that obviously we can get this information to the parents that need it, or if we notice that obviously some children aren't attending, we will be contacting them to find out what's going on and put, the wheels in motion to get that.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, as they did this year, Kim, and it's the remote piece, I think, really made a lot of progress from where we started to when we finished. Is there still work to do? Yes. And in speaking with the teachers over the last few months of school, we really focused on just kind of analyzing how it went and what we do need to improve. And that accountability piece was pretty much through every conversation that I had, that we just need to put a little bit more accountability on the students and their families. But again, like when we get down to Parkdale and the 7-year-old has to go to daycare, they obviously can't be available to attend class during that time. And so those are the kinds of things that we need to work around.
So the only, I guess to Dan and Kim's point, then, if you're looking for what's the board, we can hear from everybody else still, but it might be that the guidance is that there at least be opportunity for student teacher interaction on a daily basis, but I also don't want to, it has to happen during the school day, right? Like that at least with respect to the teaching staff, that they have to be available during the school day to provide for that interaction. But at Parkdale, if people aren't able to make that happen, it's not that the teacher, I mean, we had teachers staying up and doing work with students through all hours of the evening because that's when they could. And it sounds to me like as we move into the fall that perhaps that's not what state ed is wanting to see necessarily either, that it's more about the school day. And I think if we provide the opportunities for that, if individual families have to work around that in some way, well, that we can accommodate that, but it shouldn't, as long as we're providing the opportunity throughout the day. And it might look different. It seems to me like it would look different at the high school than maybe it does at Parkdale, that a teacher could post, you know, much like they do in college, you know, these are my TA out, my office hours are here, that if you're, you know, not able to come to class because you're sick or whatever, that I also have office hours and you can check in with me on some other time throughout the day.
So can I ask you a question about last year and its effectiveness? Was every teacher actively involved in remote learning every day during March, April, May, and June? In other words, were all the teachers engaged in this?
Yeah, Dan, I would say definitely. You know, and again, it's depending on the level and the content. You know, it happened in different ways. But were they engaged every day that students needed to be here in attendance? Yes, they were. And so what we would want, like, so part of that would be just sometimes posting assignments and collecting assignments and grading things and doing those types of things. And then other times it was meeting with students and discussing projects and questions that they had. So I think what we're going to try to do is we're going to try, if we have to move to a remote model, focus on increasing that amount of direct contact. Yeah, in terms of how do I present my lessons? How are they able to access that information if they're unavailable during the time that I am presenting? So those are the types of things we're hoping to improve upon. But would I say that every teacher was engaged every day? Yes, they were. It just to varying degrees, depending on even where they were in their own content. You know, sometimes it was more where they had direct interaction with students, and sometimes there was less. Go ahead.
From my point of view, my concern with the remote learning is the socialization aspect of it. I think the emotional and the mental health is so important for these kids, and being around their peers is huge. But with that said, I think if we did it remotely and did it with e-learning, that's a new college term I just learned, where they go through the day, say with their core classes, like you said, Brian, where they're actually meeting at a certain time for English class, and they see their peers and they can have discussion with their peers, and the teacher's actually teaching to them. That I think checks all the boxes as far as safety goes, because they're not, you know, we're not having to worry about the 6 feet apart, the mask and all that such. My concerns would be that the teachers would have office hours so that the students still could reach out to them if they have any issues or concerns. And my only other concern is that student-teacher relationship that you really get when you see them in person. And hopefully that can build over time if we do go to a remote type learning. Or whether the first couple of days of school, the teacher just meets with each one-on-one for 5 minutes to get to know them, whatever the teachers decide to do. But I think that teacher-student relationship, that connection has to be really important, really imperative for the teachers and for us to make sure that happens.
You know, Terry, years ago, Judy set up a mentorship program where teachers and students mentored each other. Maybe there are and we used to also have these little counseling groups banana splits and 2 or 3 other kinds of counseling groups. It seems to me that one of the challenges for remote learning is exactly what you talked about, and you might be able to help address that by establishing these non-instructional groupings, either through one-on-one mentorships or through support groups, or even just interest groups. You know, you have 6 kids who are interested in a particular hobby. If a teacher can sponsor that and be the kind of the moderator of that kind of a group, it could happen during what otherwise would have been a study hall or a lunch period or before school or after school, and it could get at this socialization factor that you're talking about, because you're not just sitting there listening to a lecture, you're participating in some other activity.
Even like in a homeroom setting, if you have a homeroom and they're still getting together and the teacher in the homeroom is talking and they're just, just talking amongst
chatting, yeah, exactly. If you have a virtual homeroom, right, kids can be chatting with each other online like we sometimes do when we get online. And
the teacher can facilitate that, as saying like, how is the online, or how is it going? Just as a way to connect with them. How is it going? How is it life for you remote? How, just about life, because they need that connection.
I couldn't agree with Terry more. I think she's right on with what she was saying, and Dan also. Just a couple thoughts of things that were passed on to me for this last spring that may help people. Way too many packets and not enough on time with the kids, where there was actually teaching time, more maintenance than teaching. And I heard that from numerous people this spring. One of the things that just struck me is that it's how important that is in the way you're talking about structuring it. I was thinking about structure and the value of structure for teenagers in particular. I wonder how many kids really miss that structure. Just having that kind of, I do it this time and I do that at another time. I know some of my highest level kids that I worked with over the years needed more structure than some of my other kids. And I really think that has value in structuring time. If they know English is at this time and so on, then I think that's important. But I also think expecting a kid to go on office hours and touch base with the teacher isn't always feasible. That teacher needs to touch base with the kid and say, how is it going? Do you need help with anything? Because an awful lot of kids are not going to take that initiative at that age. They're just not mature enough to do it. And I just think there's so much learning that I know our teachers did this last spring, because they got thrown into this thing and had to figure out how to float and what to do, and all that was well, but we've got a lot of information now. And just like we're learning about COVID every single day, we also are learning as we go with this every single day, and we need to build on that. And I love some of the things you're saying about putting some structure into it and getting those kids there as much as possible. All the other business of socializing is so very, very important. But I think getting the structure for the teaching has to come first, and then we can work the other in. Thank you.
I just point out. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jessica.
Oh, thanks, Kim. What I was going to bring up 2 things that tie in with Judy's. One, I was going to suggest, once we've got our feet under us, establishing clubs in a remote way would probably be very beneficial. There could be support groups, there could be clubs. There's a whole smattering of options there. Even the littlest kids are online. And then I think that there should be support for the teachers as we move forward, because I know, and I didn't speak to any of our teachers, but speaking with friends who are teachers elsewhere, they were exhausted last spring because they were on with the kids who weren't available. They were on at 9 o'clock at night with the kids, and these were elementary school teachers. There's a lot of round the clock need there, and we need to figure out the way to give the support to the kids who aren't available in the daytime, but also give the support to the teachers so they can go deal with their own families and their own lives and get a break before they're back at it the very next day.
I think if we do it where we have the core curriculums, as Brian said, at a certain time, that would really help the teachers out as well.
Yeah, there is that mysterious piece of how do you catch those kids in daycare.
Yeah, good point.
The other area I just wanted to bring up is guidance. And we do have juniors and seniors that are going to be looking to college. And I know it sounds, I'm not sure what that's going to look like for next year, but how is that going to be addressed in terms of these seniors that need applications done and talking to the guidance office and all the different things that are going to have to fall into place, getting recommendations. That's just another whole area that's going to have to be addressed.
So not to mention somebody needs to help provide some guidance on what is the new normal. Are SATs a real thing?
They are going on in the fall, according to what I've been given. I keep getting things.
A lot of schools show up in your ACT slot and it's canceled.
Yeah, a lot of colleges, though, it's my understanding, are waiving them.
Yeah, I've heard.
You don't have to submit your SATs for next year. A number. I don't know exactly, obviously, which ones, but people can look at that. But just we need to make sure, because that's a very stressful time also for our juniors and seniors when they're looking at that. And now you throw in remote learning or whatever else it might be. So, but I agree that the schedule and having our teachers and our students, I think that's so important. I think it really will help because, we're in a different place now to assess this. So
it sounds like you're hearing structure, contact, with teachers and students, that you're hearing making available extracurriculars throughout all 3 buildings in a different way that might provide socialized opportunities for kids who are running remotely. And then the mental health piece and the counseling services related to any issues about remote learning for both teachers and students.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would add the mental health is key, socialization is key, structure is key, accountability of both the student and the teacher. I can, having 2 kids at home that were both in high school, big difference between the go-getter and the non-go-getter and what they learned and what they did. I mean, a humongous difference. And some kids don't need to be held accountable, but a lot do. And I would say the same thing goes for the teachers.
Yeah, I agree. Ditto. I assume from what Brian and Mark has said that all of our, think about it, our classroom teachers is one group of people, but we also have all these support specialists. We have counselors, we have psychologists, we have occupational therapists, speech therapists. All these folks, I assume, are carrying out their jobs remotely. How they do it, I have no.
And I am glad Brian has done that.
And that all those things are actually happening.
That your task force have brought a great sampling of representatives from all of the stakeholders into those various areas to hopefully see that any concerns that staff have that are getting addressed too.
Yeah, I have no idea, for instance, how you do technology education or art or phys ed remotely, but I know we have a lot of teachers who teach those subjects, and they're probably doing wonderful things. I'm just assuming that's the case, but I'm trusting that Brian and the principals are making sure that everybody is actively involved in all of this, so that there's lots of opportunities for kids. I used to have kids who just loved to come to tech class, and that got them through the day. That was their opportunity to not have to sit in a chair all period and to do something with their hands and to be creative and problem solving and all that kind of stuff. So I'm sure hoping that in whatever remote plan we have, that creativity, problem solving, using your hands, moving around is all included as part of that. And it isn't just a bunch of people sitting in front of a screen.
That's the hard part about the remote part, Dan, is for all those specials, you don't have that hands-on that you would if you were in school, which leads me to my thought of that's perhaps why the hybrid method would be the one that would kind of check all the boxes for us.
Maybe we should start talking about that one.
Sure.
Yeah, but I do want to give a shout out to all those folks that were providing, even art supplies to kids so that they could get projects done in the springtime, that, that folks that were actually able to provide those unique curriculum pieces to kids. It was really a remarkable accomplishment.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, we know what it's like to visit an art class because we do every year when we walk around the various buildings. We pop in the art class to see what's going on. But we haven't had a chance remotely as a school board to see how this actually works. Those of you who are parents, which is most of you, have had a much better feeling for what's happening than I have, because you have a student in your home who's going through this. So I'm relying upon you to have had that virtual experience. But if you can think about how the board could participate in this, it would really be helpful to me to have a feeling that I'm doing something useful.
Could someone send Dan some art supplies, please?
Thank you. Yeah. Well, we could have kind of a Mr. Wizard kind of a thing, you know, where you need a toilet paper tube, and you need a couple of chopsticks, and so you give them a list, and then we all get together and build a rocket or
I
something.
think your Mr. Schmidt should have a power saw. Do you still have one there handy?
Oh yeah, I've got plenty of those.
Okay. Do you want to move on to hybrid, or you do enough from the remote learning model?
Yep. So the next one is kind of like Terry was saying, a combination of both. Some in person and some remote online learning going on. And
I think we haven't figured it out yet. That's our favorite model.
Yeah. I think it may be our favorite model, at least right now, and because we realize that that's probable. Okay, if this is something that we feel that we can do, and so we've been throwing around a few ideas, and again, I think we'll probably get some ideas even from the task force as they're developing those playbooks. You know, some of these conversations will naturally arise, and so hybrid can be a variety of things. You know, we've talked about, you know, possibly do they come back every other day? Do they come back 2 days and then a day off and 2 days, or something like that? Or do they just come back 2 days and they're off 3? Is it that the elementary school may come every day and those in the high school may be doing remote learning via live stream instruction? So there's so many different models that we are considering. And I think what we're trying to do is really try to find that balance, because it's not just about the instruction, as you guys just mentioned. It is about their social and emotional learning as well. You know, that element of their experience in school is critically important. And if I've heard one thing, I've heard a lot of, honestly, I've received a lot of thank yous from our parents and community. And then one of the factors, though, that they've really focused on is just their students' well-being in terms of the loss of those relationships. And that was that conversation is kind of across the board. You know, that loss is very significant. While they continue to learn and continue to do a lot of good things, our teachers were actively involved. You know, of course, there's always room for improvement, but I think what they were able to construct under those circumstances, they did a really nice job. But the one piece that we struggle with is that connection. And so the hybrid model allows us to provide that, but also maintain the safety precautions that we're so concerned about. And so, you know, I think, like I said, I don't want to write anything off. And I think during the year, we're going to ebb and flow through each of the models. But I think right now, our primary focus as we look over the next six weeks opening school would be that a hybrid seems like the most reasonable model to find that balance that we're trying to achieve. But again, there's a lot of different hybrid models. You know, we're sharing them within our BOCES. I meet with the superintendents at least once a week, and with Dave Aurora. And so we're starting to share our ideas, and there are as many ideas as there are school districts. So and there's not going to be, I think there's a similar philosophy that everybody is considering a hybrid model. I think there are some schools that are looking at an in-person model that are very small and are able to accommodate a very small population. I think those are some considerations as well. I don't think that at this point in time, unless we get other information from the state or state ed, that a remote model is being considered, but it is possible. But I think, like you said, the hybrid model, you seem to like that idea, and I think so do we, because it does strike that balance of having kids here in person and all the value of that, but also allowing us to maintain the safest environment that we possibly can.
So with the hybrid model, correct me if I'm wrong, the concept is you bring fewer people into the buildings each day. So someone they come to the buildings, but they come through some schedule that you've determined. And you know, I went to the doctor 2 or 3 times, different doctors and dentists over the last couple of weeks. And one of the things I've noticed is that there are fewer people in all their buildings, you know, and their clerical people are busy calling around, rescheduling everybody to space people out. And when you go into the waiting room, there's fewer people there. There's fewer people in the hallways. It just feels safe. Every one of those buildings that I walked into felt safe. And that's, I think, what I'd like to impart as a board member that I'd like you to consider is having a few enough people come each day where the building itself can accommodate those few in a socially distanced way, and it will feel safe and it will be safe in the process of doing that.
Yeah, I agree.
And it works with the transportation as well. If you're bringing a third of the kids in each day, by definition, the buses are a third full. It helps with everything. It helps with the pressure on everything. It helps with the instruction because the classes are smaller and the teachers can have more of a one-on-one relationship with their students. But it allows the counselors and all the specialists to have access to those kids when they are there.
One of the things Terry mentioned earlier was that the guidance was to use different entrances, you know, increase the number of entrances that you use if you're bringing kids back. And to accommodate Dan's point, if you use different entrances and everyone's, you know, you kind of have people coming in at different locations. I'm thinking of Parkdale, you know, you're using different parts, even sort of the exits that we have. If we need additional personnel to man those entrances, or if we could just move and shift people around, that, you know, that would be ideal. But if you need additional personnel in order to be able to do something like that, that's something I think you just need to let the board know what additional accommodations you think you need, or what personnel changes you need to make in order to make that happen, so that the building can feel safe and we don't have those congregations at the entranceways.
That's a good point. Brian, do you feel comfortable that if you need to hire additional teacher aides, that there are adequate pool of potential employees that you could do that? Have you had difficulty finding people recently?
Yeah, at times we do, Dan. That is, I was going to mention that sometimes even if we have the desire, it's finding the personnel to fill the spots is sometimes a challenge. It all depends. You know, that ebbs and flows. Will we have some that maybe won't apply because of the circumstance? Yes. You know, they're going to say, you know, I'm not going to go to school now. I'm not going to apply to the school because I don't want to have to deal with the circumstances. But I think if we, you know, we've been putting out positions over the last couple of months, and we're getting good responses. Primarily, those are on the professional side, teachers and those types of staff members. But nonetheless, I think that if we put an advertisement out, we'll certainly get people to respond.
Good. The other question I have about this model, this hybrid model, does it lend itself to perhaps pairing up people who have certain abilities or disabilities with each other to help it make it work? For instance, if a teacher cannot come into school because they are concerned about their own health because they have an underlying condition or an age that's susceptible, can they become the primary resource for the virtual part of this hybrid system, so that they can still be fully involved as a teacher, but in a different way than one of their colleagues would be who is at the building each day? Because if you're only bringing in a portion of the children each day, somebody has to attend to what they're doing virtually for the other portion of the time. Right. So I'm wondering whether this model might not lend itself to being able to accommodate different abilities and different needs, so that you could link together students and professionals and paraprofessionals in a kind of a network of support that would allow the children to have the best possible support, but also allow the staff members to function in a way that's comfortable and safe for them.
No, I agree.
I was wondering if there's a way to be equitable and also target where the needs are. We know the younger kids have a harder time with online learning, and the way they learn is more hands-on. And then that may vary student to student as well as by grade levels. And you look at weighting things based on need. There's also interesting new research showing that kids 10 and under may be less likely to be spreaders, whereas those in the double digits are more likely to share germs for whatever reason. And so there may be more safety in having the kids who have a higher need to come back at those young levels, those younger grades.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Mary Beth.
I worry about the model that suggests that the elementary kids come back and maybe the high school kids do all remote, and we spread those elementary kids out, only because I not just the socialization piece of it, because I think that we can take some of the things that we're talking about for everybody being remote and make that part at least somewhat better than it might have been. But I worry more about spreading out those younger kids into buildings that really aren't suited to their age and ability. So I guess I would see us shifting the middle school kids up to the high school and the elementary kids to what used to be Main Street Elementary. And that might be a better approach than saying we're going to take Parkdalers and put them up at the high school. I'm not sure I see how that would necessarily work, but that's just a thought.
I think that's
there's also the issue of the identity with their school. I mean, the kids who go to Parkdale go to Parkdale. They don't go to the middle school or the high school, and we want to keep that culture, that feeling of belonging as part of this. We don't want to just say we're warehousing them somewhere because it's convenient.
We'll call it Parkdale East.
Yeah, and I think we also, the quarantine sign that's in my front yard is pretty unique for an 8th grader who's never going to forget that was his year. And I think he's still going to feel like he was part of East Aurora, even if he spent a good portion of his year having school in the dining room.
That's right.
I don't know. I wonder how those kids from 1918 felt about school.
My guess is they got over it pretty quick.
Yeah, I think it'll be what we make of it, and I'm sure all the hard work that everyone's going to put into it is still going to make it feel uniquely like East Aurora.
Yeah. Well,
ironing out the kinks along the way.
The ones that didn't get over it in 1918 were people like my father, because his father died from that virus, and he was 8 years old, and by 4 years later he was out working full time to help support his family. So those who are who are not affected personally by this will get over it quickly, but it's up to us to make sure that as safe as we possibly can be, we determine that their families are not going to suffer the kind of disruption that my father's family had to have, and so we have to do the best we can to make it safe.
My mother used to speak about the 1918 flu all the time. And one of the things that she used to say, her mom was a one-room schoolhouse mom, and that's how they survived. They literally had, and maybe that's what we're kind of talking about, our little one-room schoolhouses in a way. But they kept going to school. It wasn't that it ended in 1918 for them.
Yeah, and so I really appreciate all the input, and as you can see, the process is interesting, and it's kind of ever changing. You know, what we're hoping between now and when we come back in September, this will become more clear. You know, there'll be more definitives, and as we all of the districts in our region start putting plans together, there will be some similarities and some differences, but based on our unique needs. But I think that I'm very confident that the teachers are really making some great progress. The administrators have been doing a fantastic job, just providing information and support for their staffs. Because again, even as our teachers are coming into this fold, they're feeling some anxiety, and the administrators have done a beautiful job, kind of calming their concerns and keeping us focused on what we've been able to do so well is to rise to whatever occasion it is and to make it work for our students and their families. And so I'm very confident, no matter what model we're in, we're going to be delivering an experience for our students that, while it's not perfect or ideal, will be something that is very meaningful. And so, again, I'd like to thank, I don't know if there's any more questions or discussions. I'll leave it open for that. But I just wanted to thank everybody for being here and how much I appreciate the feedback, because it will certainly influence how we develop the plan as we move forward.
Brian, I had a question. I guess it doesn't matter which model we go with, but there's no discussion whatsoever as far as changing the date of our school start.
Yeah, we have had some conversations about that, Terry. We've thought about, we have superintendent's conference days throughout the year. We thought about, do we bring those forward and have some additional training sessions for our staff, because we're going to be working on professional development in the month of August to make sure they're as well prepared as we possibly can be. And then the idea that do we want to possibly move those days forward so we can give them some time back, and also I would just say delay the very first day of school by a little bit to give us some more time to plan. That may be possible as well. And it's also possible that the governor may just say, we're going to delay the opening till September 15th. I don't know.
We have a next board meeting on August 19th. Are you seeing, I know the board is anxious to be kept apprised and informed of developments, and I'm wondering if because you're submitting the plan to the state on July 31st, are you anticipating or might it be prudent to have another sort of mini session sometime the first 2 weeks in August to update the board on? We're going to have a lot of just regular school business in the August meeting, I'm sure, and I'm wondering if we should have another meeting.
I was thinking of suggesting that we maybe meet the week of August 10th.
Can we have a quorum the week of August 10th?
I can make it.
I can make it.
I'll be in Boston, but would it be in the evening?
Whatever the board wants. If you want to do something like this, or you want to do something in the evening, it's up to you.
Evening I can make work. During the day, a couple of days it would be hard.
Okay.
I'm
John,
in
do you want to tell me what days don't work for you?
Well, I could work around that. So I'm going to be down there for 3 days.
Okay.
So, and so if basically my work is breakfast meetings, lunch meetings, and dinner meetings. So, you just tell me when, and I'll try to skip one versus the other.
Okay.
I can do any day except Monday.
Pick it, Brian, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, and
Yeah, like maybe the 12th.
12th in the evening is good for me.
Okay.
If you need afternoons, the Thursday, the 13th works for me.
Both
Okay.
the 12th in the evening and the afternoon, the 13th would work for me as well.
How about the you want to do the afternoon on the 13th? That works.
sure.
That's a good idea.
Do you want to make it 1 o'clock again?
Sure.
Sure.
Can we make it a little later?
Mhm.
Just do like 2 o'clock if we could just, and my hope is that, well, yeah, if we could do 2 o'clock, that would be great.
2 o'clock would work for me.
Works for me.
So we're saying
Okay.
2 o'clock on August 13th, correct?
Yep.
Got it.
And it'll be via whatever this Google Meets or Zoom, whatever we're doing here, correct?
Whichever flavor.
Yeah, exactly. So
And
many-
we'll set an agenda. We may need to have an executive session on that. Before that, I wouldn't anticipate it necessarily being an hour, but we'll have to coordinate between that and the 19th and to see what we need to cover.
Yeah, I think what we talked about in executive session before on a couple things for Joanne, Brian, maybe at that time too.
Mm-hmm.
How are we doing on staffing? Are we in good position to hire the people we need for the beginning of
Yep,
school?
it's chugging along. We're doing okay. My concern right now is the known needs are there. We had a discussion earlier today about people who are unable to return, and again, depending on the model that we're in to start the school year with, where those adults are too. So that's something I'm watching. But for the known needs, we're doing really good with really good people too.
Good.
Can I just do a small point of order? I know there was some confusion on the, apparently one of the links, there was a mistype and we did fix it, but for anyone who is still watching at home and for the board, this has been a rather long meeting, but as soon as we're done here, Google goes in the process of emailing me the entire meeting. So my plan is to leave here when we're done. By the time we get home, I should have it in my email. I then upload that to YouTube, and it will be, as YouTube turns it around, they will post it live on demand. So anyone who is on or was not able to catch the beginning or hears from someone that they were not able to get in, within everything in my power, it should be on tonight. If not, definitely by first thing tomorrow. I just need to take the file from Google and drop it into YouTube. They do a little processing on their end because it is a 4-hour file. Sometimes there is a lag on that, but there's no reason it'll be a long lag. So we are trying to get that out just as quick as the internet allows us.
Could you, when you upload it, switch Mr. Leibrock and make him vertical?
Mr. Leibrock's on his phone, and he didn't realize that. There you go. Thank you. Well, that's it.
Before you hang up, we're going back into exec, right?
Hi, sweetie.
All right. We'll go back into exec, Mark. Do we just click that same second link?
You're going to come out of.
I do a motion to adjourn. Before we do that, I want to thank everybody, and we will see you on the 13th. I may have a motion to adjourn, and you're going to click on your link for executive session.
Yeah, but you can't, just as a point of order, we have to have a motion to enter executive session. And then the motion to adjourn is at the end of the executive session.
You're right. You're right, Mr. Brunson. Thank you for correcting
I
that.
would move that we enter executive session for the purpose of discussing the superintendent's contract. And was there one other issue?
And his evaluation.
And his evaluation.
And just so we're clear, though, there's no anticipated board action upon returning, correct?
No, we will return just for the purpose of adjourning.
Okay.
May I have a
Second.
on that motion?
Second.
Who was it? Jessica?
That was me. Yes.
Yeah, it didn't light up on my screen. I apologize. All right, moved by Dan, seconded by Jessica. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hi,
Carried 7-0. Thank you all for a nice
Good to
meeting.
see everybody.
hi, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks, Brian. Go home and relax.
Thank you for that dinner recommendation.
You're very welcome.
Oh, we've got Dennis Hirschfeld. Where did he come from? Hi, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis.
Has he been waiting?
He's probably been waiting.
Oh my God.
Thanks for everything, Dennis.
Hello.
Hi, Dennis. We are returning to the public portion of the meeting just for the purposes of adjourning.
Move we adjourn.
Moved by Mr. Brunson, second?
Second.
Seconded by everybody? I'll name Terry O'Weiler. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Take care, everyone.
Guys.
Have a good night.
And if we are all set, the record can stop and we're all done.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Oh, golly. Who would have thunk it? Hi, Terry.
Bye. Have a good night. I'm trying to turn this thing off. There we go.